sorry, we're starting now. Okay. Everyone, welcome to day two, track two. I just have one announcement before we start. We have some lunch tickets left for tomorrow, and we have to buy those tickets to get lunch because it's a Saturday and the university is closed, and the cafeteria is only going to make those many plates, from what I know. So I think there are some 11 tickets left. You can get them at the registration desk. And as for those people who don't have badges because we didn't print those out, we're going to get blank badges today. Once we have that, we'll let you know, and then you can go and pick one up for yourself. Yeah, other than that, now we can start with the talk. Now we have a talk on a brief history of graphs. So yeah, over to you.
Yes. Is the mic working or? I don't think so. No. But I'm not sure
the online stream cannot.
Well, maybe it's.
No?
Now I moved from you to mine, but I don't hear anything.
Okay, there.
Oh no, there's a different GNOME podium.
Yes.
What? No. There was already a clash. For containers.
Yes.
As natural podium. This is probably a screenshot. Yeah, this is a screenshot from a video saying it was last updated 4 months ago. 35 minutes.
That's
thing.
That's
A random video.
Test.
Also,
no.
that is not the podium. Oh, you can give him this.
Oh, okay. This should work, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This?
Okay. Oh. So. Now. Okay. Yeah. I'll just ignore the mouse. Maybe. Hello. Hello. Oh. There's a button. Now it works. It still works. And now, okay, it's not okay. It's always fun with like tech conferences, always being plagued with tech issues. Okay, it's a bit on and off. Okay. I'll if it's a bug or a feature, but yeah. I think it mostly works. It's just that it drops all the time. That's now it seems quite stable, but the famous last words. Okay. Turn on. Okay, it seems stable at the moment. Yeah, it seems stable right now. Okay.
The microphone has comedic timing.
I'm not sure if this is like wired up. Well, wireless not wireless. Test.
Stop. Yeah. Please. Speak, please.
Okay, I.
Pon cartela.
But the computer's working. So I will talk about graphs, which is like a GNOME Circle application I started and maintain. And basically how I stumbled into app development. And I'll talk a bit about community and the role of community in this process. First, a bit disclaimer, there are some personal opinions involved, as in all presentations, but I just wanted to like highlight that any opinions expressed are my own and not necessarily shared with any maintainers or people affiliated with my employer or whatever. Just to get that out of the way. First, I'll talk about a bit background. Who am I? How did I get here? Well, my background is actually in physics. I studied physics in Enschede in the Netherlands. And then during my master's, I moved to Sweden to do my master thesis. Then I kind of got an invitation to do my PhD, which I did in neutron optics. So that was, originally I was planning to stay in Sweden for 6 months. Then for another few months, then for 4 more years. Now it's 8 years later and I still live there. And now I'm dual citizen. It's during my PhD I kind of got into app development. First I started with like MATLAB scripts. And then I kind of found the MATLAB UI designer. And it's quite fun to like make small tools. And it's quite easy. It's just like you can like drag and drop, and then like set the correct buttons. Like say this button has to execute this piece of code. So I kind of started to develop my first apps. And I have like a few small highlights. This is like a very early one. It's quite basic. I'm not completely sure why I called it apple pie at the time. Must have been drunk, but basically it is like a logging tool. Like we had we did sputtering, doesn't really matter what it does, but the thing is like we were creating samples and like we were logging the timings and the power, voltages and such, but also like the delay of our machine. Like it kind of gets slower and slower over time. And at one point, like a reviewer that like didn't believe us that the fact that our layers got thicker is because the program got slower. Because they're saying like, yeah, but it's like 2020, computers don't like they can like run this. Well, not if you're using LiveView, and actually I had the data to prove this, so it was quite fun to like have the receipts. Then a slightly more complicated thing, it's also like written Qt. They use Qt Designer. This is like a tool to like do GISEX measurements. Again, a bit too technical to talk about what it exactly is. It's quite horrific, but it was quite nice because there was like no tool to do this kind of stuff because we were doing like super niche stuff. And then like I needed to like show or like to get data from this quickly. And actually I published a paper with this, which is still by far my favorite paper I published. It's called GISCAN. This was the first application I published on FlatHub. And actually I looked at it lately. We have like, in total, like, well, hundreds of downloads in Germany. And like none at any other place. And the thing is like the instrument I designed this for was in Germany. So apparently it's actually being used by some people for the thing it's intended for. So I was quite happy. Yeah. The other thing, is also a horrific name, was the original, like the original version of graphs, which I call data manipulator, DATMAN. First, kind of like why I started with this stuff. First, the pragmatic. Basically, measurements that look like this. And every single measurement here in the beginning has a piece that's just like scrap data. It's just the way the instrument is set up. You have like a direct beam coming in. That's not part of the data. I need to cut this off. And it is quite terrible to do with most stuff. I can use a script, but I have to like look it up. Where do I go up? I can look visually. I can like take it away in a JSON or like a text file. Or I can use like the tool where we paid 800 euros for. It's a crime against humanity, in my view, Origin Labs. It's super powerful. I don't want to like dismiss that. It's very good if you want to do advanced stuff, but if you want to do like basic stuff, like 99.9%, even in science, the stuff you're doing is just plotting data. It is not great. But also political. I see the content is a bit bad, but it's like a black box, input in, question mark, input out. The thing is, like in science, we have this like this very rigorous stuff. Like we have to be open about the entire process. We have to tell every step we did. We have to like be able to show our data. How did you come to this? We have to be able to replicate this independently, except if you're using software, because then it's fine. Like I bought this tool from this company, and they don't have to show what they're doing. And I personally, like this really irked me. I had a discussion quite often with colleagues. People always agreed with me, but no one really wanted to like put any consequence to this, which I understand. People don't really have the energy. But it bothered me a lot. So that's also for me, like I kind of wanted to have something where the data is open at least make it source available. So then I started DATMAN. I did it in Qt. Basically, I was using Qt at the time because it's really nicely cross-compatible with Windows. GTK, I thought it's a bit of a pain to get working on Windows. And like all my colleagues were using Windows, so I started using Qt. Qt design is quite nice if you're very new as well. I like to get the stuff out. I could just select data and then press the cut button, and then it's gone. So it worked quite well. Can normalize, so that basically you divide it by the max value. So the max value is 1, so you can compare them. Because the total absolute value is a bit random. Depends how you set up your filters and such. I thought this is fun. Let's do it again, but in GTK, because I'm using GNOME. I really like the GNOME, like the design language and like how things work. And so basically, I'm the only user anyway, so I'll just choose for myself and choose GTK. They're saying me, young and naive. Now I'm just naive. So this was Graphs 1.0. It's quite basically a copy of this DATMAN, but I did in GTK. So it was like beautiful. If you cannot read this, it's like this bird saying, I know I've said you have to be delusional to think this, but this is the, but there's never been anything cuter in this in all time, like this beautiful bird. Just your eyes and your sinus infection. I stole this from falsenews.com, just to mention that. But it's quite nice. It's like an UI only a parent could love. But then I kind of started sharing this on This Week in GNOME. And actually got some feedback, which is quite nice. One of the first things, actually I first shared it on Reddit, I'd say. But one of the first things from Harry, he kind of said like, well, you're developing this according to like with GNOME in mind. So you probably should comply to the Human Interface Guideline. So we can thank them for that it's not called that, man. So we quite had some discussion and like set up in graphs. It's quite nice. I got also quite quickly, Tobias gave me like, actually just proposed a new icon. I had a like very basic icon. Like some others, like also like when I first started the tool, because I had actually settings, then I looked for a JSON file with config, didn't know about G settings at the time. And if it didn't exist, because otherwise it would crash, it would just, okay, it doesn't exist, I haven't found it. So I'm creating new ones. You get like this toast, like I didn't find any config, creating a new one. The thing is, the first start, there is no config file. So at the first start, you would always get like config not found. So I got like a lot of this kind of stuff. And I kind of like, first of all, like it really motivated me because I really thought like, oh, cool, people are like actually helping me, are actually interested. That's like really thing, but also like you kind of notice like community matters. You kind of get this feedback that really makes stuff better for all of us. So kind of early development, called just like starting edit settings, access properties. So you can like change the scaling or like the labels. Also the ability to plot on multiple axes, which was slightly more complicated, but worked well. Then also around after this, Christoph joined Graphs. So I should also mention this because Christoph has been maintaining it with me at this time. So like he came in around quite early there, and then eventually they started contributing more and more, and eventually like he's now co-maintaining and probably wrote more than 50%, but like we write like, yeah, have it together. Just don't want to also say that we, I'm not doing this all by myself. It's like mainly a 2-person project plus all the other people that are kind of helping out with feedback. So then we kind of started Graphs 1.4. It's kind of starting getting slightly better. We like put in the menus in like these, what it's called, these slider boxes. And then, yeah, we started kind of like getting quite a lot of design feedback. Again, like Tobias helped a lot in the beginning. Like we had this grid of buttons, like you see here in the left. It's not really great, probably. Got some help with the icons. Yeah, things like we have these settings in the beginning. We had a save button that's like sticking out in the eye in the beginning. So like we really also like drop apply. Like if you use to change any setting, you have to press the apply button. That's also not really according to the interface guidelines. So after some feedback and such, we came to Graphs 1.5, and there kind of started to look a lot more like it does today. It's kind of oversaturated. It's not in real life, I can promise. But like started quite better, and I think it's at this time we kind of, first also at 1.6, where we like mainly introduced localization. So like translatable strings, a lot of under the hood work. But it's around this time we kind of applied for GNOME Circle. So GNOME Circle, you can, one way to describe it is like as an app verification program. Now I stole a quote from Tobias from Mastodon. It's the full one also goes into the metadata. But the GNOME Circle is a developer education initiative disguised as a verification program. And I think that's quite true. There's a lot of things that you kind of learn along this way, especially if you're new in this stuff. So we went for review, and we had, well, I just picked up some stuff, but one of the things that was quite a highlight for me was, for example, touchpad gestures. The thing is, like matplotlib, which we use to draw the plots, doesn't do gestures. You cannot like change your stuff by like tracking over the touchpad or pinch the zoom. And so they kind of like went into this, like we have this stuff, we have this limitation. So I never looked into this. I just assumed it doesn't work. The thing is that we got this in the review. So then I kind of started again, like looking anyway, and actually we can use GTK gestures. And GTK gestures, we can just couple this to matplotlib. And that worked splendidly. I just spent a week on this. And when this works, it's like a dopamine kick. It was like very, like I could play around with this for hours. It's one of these really, really things when things finally work, and it's like, and it works well. It's one of these great things. Also, like we had a lot of settings, and the cell editor, I get into this later. It was like a drop-down menu. Just about the settings, just wanted to shout out to this is quite a famous web page, but if you're on online, I really recommend looking into this. Thing is that preferences, they're often just an excuse for just not wanting to pick defaults. You're cluttering your UI, you're creating a lot of technical debt, and in most cases, it really works a lot better to just have sensible defaults and not have an UI that's like resembles a karaoke machine. It really gets a lot better if you just pick a lane and stick to that. We also had we had a plot settings and we had a preferences. And it was quite confusing because one of them actually was like, here you can set the scaling right now for linear or logarithmic for all the axes, even if they're not shown. But we also had another one where you could set the default scaling. And if you change this one, it doesn't change anything in the app. It's when you open the app again, it would open those ones. Those are kind of these things that yeah, why are we doing this? Now we're using G settings and just remembers the previous setting. Or actually I think for the scaling, we have like a set to default button, which works a lot better. We even had a button for the clipboard length. So like how many states are left in the clipboard. The idea was like if you have 1,000, then we might have a lot of RAM usage. So we might want to lower it. Yeah, also quite a bad idea. We just kept it to a sane default because this is what just confused people. You won't be able to find stuff among all the other crap. Also like the style editor. If you want to change the style of your graphs, you had like a drop-down menu with a lot of names. You had no idea what it would look like. You would have to like pick the style and then like close it and then hope that it looks nice. So this was the state before we sent it to GNOME Circle into this review. It took like quite some time, like 5 months or so. And then 1.7 is the version that got in. And there things worked a lot better. We got rid of like 80%, I think probably 70% of all of our settings. It looked nicer overall. Things worked better. We had this like very nice states as well. So you have like a move state, a zoom state, a selection state. And things like really got a lot more usable. And also like the cell editor was now like this. So you have like a preview of how things look like. Not unimportant. And also to note that we introduce here curve fitting. This is just a thing that I wanted to get in. So you can like, yeah, do some regression for any arbitrary equation. About joining circle, just want to show, joining circle works. This is the amount of downloads we had on FlatHub. Here was before circle, and that point, like I probably shouldn't even, don't need the arrow, is when we joined circle. And I think we more than tripled, quadrupled, like suddenly, and like it kept stable. And that's also the interesting thing is that when we joined circle, we were like with 20 apps. Now we're with 70. We're not slowing down. So it's not like the new circle apps are ruining it for us, like drowning out the advertisements. See, like as an ecosystem, like we're really getting strong. And that's the main thing that I learned here as well, is like put design first. Don't start with the backend, with the limitation, but really think about how should it work and how do I want it to work, and then like, okay, but how can I use the technology to fit into this instead of the other way around? And I have a little small detour of like a side app I've been working on. It's called Lockpicker. It's like at work. I work with IT forensics nowadays. I suddenly use Hashcat. And the thing is, I won't go too much into it, but the thing is like, if you want to crack a hash based on a password, you send in your mode and then like a random number, then don't even call it A for it, and then like a hash, and then like for your increments, and then you have like a mask, and it's really, in my view, quite horrible. So I had to get a quick UI. So basically what I was thinking at the time is, okay, I'll can just generate a string based on like the menu on the left, and I just dump the terminal output on the right. And then I started thinking, well, wait, this is quite bad. Like, why do I need this terminal output? You get the S for states, the P for pause. those don't even work. How should it look like? I shouldn't have like a terminal output. Instead, I should just like show a status, and like the preference is like this. And basically, like thinking instead of like, how can I dump my terminal to a GUI, is more like, how should the GUI look like, and how can I use that, get there using the terminal output I have, leads to much better apps. It looks better in real life. It's just that I think it's a problem with Podium, to be honest. But yeah, and you can like start and pause. Oh yeah, also now if it's cracked, because the thing is, you crack a password with hashcat, it kind of starts like halfway in the dump. It's super confusing. And now it's just here. You get your actual password using this hash and you can copy it. So it worked quite well. So again, like design first, the technology you can fit later. Then GRASS 1.8, it's not really super exciting. We had some support for accent colors, a lot of underhood changes, but most of this time was spent on developing 2.0. So it brings me to GRASS today. So last March, I think, we had a release, which was quite big, 2.0. It looked like this. It looks quite similar. One thing that you see is that we have now an equation label here. It's because we now differentiate between equations and imported data. So basically, if you create an equation, it has an infinite canvas. So you no longer can, like, if you scroll out of frame, it generates it again. And it should look like it never generated because it generates slightly further. And also, like, it can generate data and like import data. And if you do like here we have sinus x times x, if you do a derivative of it, it does this symbolically. So it actually changes the name. It didn't do so previously either. So you can now plot style graphs like here. It's quite quick and easy. And like the style editor actually has a preview, which we didn't have before either. Like if you create a new style, so I'll base it here on weighted dark. For some reason, I changed the name here. And basically, like you can change the, well, basically anything that you want here. I think I decided to change like, yeah, I have no taste. I say I want to have the thick directions outwards and I want them to be thick. Anyway, like I can change the entire style sheet once and I can apply it to any graph that I want, which is quite nice. We have proper error propagation. It was first calculated very naively. Yeah. Now it's actually using delta methods. Error bars, it's been requested for quite a long time. It was slightly annoying to get this in, but it works quite well. We ramped import, export, and mobile support. So this is a post-market OS phone, OnePlus. It works actually quite well. It's somewhat laggy, but it's an old phone. That's a problem in Matplotlib. It's not meant for performance. It's meant for accurate plots. But like you can drag and drop, you can change settings. It works really nicely. And then I have like a few about graphs tomorrow. Basically, one thing I'm working on is fill. So you can like have an upper lower bound and fill in between, or like fill below your graphs. This works quite well. We're just discussing like how to interface this. Thing we have planned is like date time data, because you cannot import currently like a date. It just does data. Units would be nice to have. Histograms could interface this quite well without like disrupting things, because like 3D plots are often requested. I'm confident to say that probably will never come in. It will make things way too complicated. Also, like because we do symbolic calculations, we should be able to like import. So it's like really bad to see. It's a screenshot from someone from GeoGebra, where you can like have a variable and you can like slide it between two values to see like how it changes the graphs. This is also a thing that's planned, but like is mainly like handmade. So like I have one nice example about like also about how open source or that open source works. And one of the things is like above, I have this draft. I didn't make a screenshot of the old one. If you just have a Flatpak, like here, it's if you have a project, it gives the path to the project. And the thing is, in Flatpak, it's sandboxed, and we didn't know how to get like the actual path. So it used to say document portal. And then I noticed that GNOME text editor is actually also sandboxed, and it shows the correct path. And the thing is, GNOME text editor, it's open source. I can look into the code. That's what I did. So I found the part. It's file attribute, document portal host path. And then here, it's get attribute string from this. So this is in our Vala code, query info from the document host path, and then get attribute string. So just stole it from GNOME text editor. And I shared this on Mastodon, like, oh, great. I can just share this. Like I looked into someone else's code, stole their solution, and now it works for me as well. And then I got a response from Martin Owens, who was working at Inkscape. Oh, actually, we have a similar issue, and it's not in our code base. And from the developer from Typesetter, which is a great application for using Typest. And actually, they managed before us. Like we released quite late, but like they stole the solution that I stole, which is fantastic. Like great artist, good artist copy, great artist steal, and I just copy from great artists. So it's yeah, this like kind of shows that like this community stuff, like talking with each other, like sharing your results, your successes, but also your failures really works. Which brings me also to another thing, LLMs. I kind of been thinking a lot about whether I should say something. Like everything that can be said probably has been said a million times. And I think I want to say, like, they mainly make me sad to a large degree. It's like this entire journey has been very rewarding. And it's been rewarding thanks to other people, to community, not to talking to a chatbot. And like the kick I got when like the gestures were working, and like the really feeling that you're getting better, that you're learning stuff, it kind of killing this all. And then I'm not even talking about like the fact that you kind of like give all the means of computation, so to speak, to like some huge big corporations, and of course the environmental impact. I'm not saying there's no use to LLMs at all, but like be careful. I think especially if you're beginning, it's probably ruining more than that it is helping you in the end. We don't need more and faster code. We need slow and good code. Like doing things for hand, having the time to think really helps a lot. At the same time, it's kind of tearing the community apart, which is also quite painful. We see like people getting like really bullied for using it sometimes, or which is not really great either. Like community, it's a very sparse resource, and we should be very careful about like hiring the temperature too much. We should lower the temperature. You can like be very critical about the systems, think about this, but I wanted to leave with one final quote from the late Michael Brooks. Be kind to people, but be ruthless to systems. That's where I wanted to end. Thank you.
Any questions for Sjoerd? You can also ask questions in the matrix room. No questions so far. Oh, yes.
Hi. Thanks. Super cool to see this sort of laid out like this. I don't remember half of the things that happened, but I guess I was involved a little bit.
That's in the beginning.
Very cool to see this like a few years on. Yeah. My question was, you mentioned like the matplotlib does all the rendering of the graph.
Yeah.
But like whatever, the performance of it is not so great because it's doing a lot of fancy shit under the hood. Are there any like whatever alternatives that like are more performant? Because I think like nowadays like that's the one thing of the app that like feels like a little bit like because like the frame rate is completely different than anything else. I don't know. Like, are there any potential solutions there, or is that just like not fixable?
I think, I'm not sure if this is working or not. Maybe it is. I think it is, yeah. One thing that that actually is, because there is some work like on backends that are like use GPU acceleration, just is completely CPU bound. That's but like these are all kind of like those 80% solutions that kind of work most of the time, and like it's like one guy doing one version and a matplotlib updates. But otherwise, it's worth looking into it at one point. The thing is, matplotlib is like very good and very complete. But I agree, like especially if you have like a laptop or slightly older hardware, it's the main pain point. Like my job PC, don't tell anyone that I have used it there, like hacked a bit. There it's like beautiful, but on my own laptop I noticed like, that's also why it's probably good to use like an older laptop for developing anyway. It's it really like, because you don't notice this otherwise. But it's, yeah, like to answer the question, like honestly, I don't know for sure, but it's worth looking into it because I agree it's the main really pain point.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Really great, awesome application. Just wondering if there is any plan or any option to get like a component to draw things. Just let me give you a use case. Like I'm maintaining some GPS plotter, so you can see the track and you can see elevation, velocity, and so. Is it possible, or is any plan to, or it already exists, some component to draw graphs in other applications?
No, not like the thing is, we just crawl as matplotlib artists, which we can export in SVG, PNG, or like all things that matplotlib supports. But there's no plans, at least, to be able to communicate with other applications. I also don't know really how that would work with Flatpak, because we're kind of Flatpak first. Like you should probably maybe divide it up into libraries, but yeah, at the moment there's no plans for such a thing.
Any other questions? Nothing in the matrix room. Oh, sorry.
Hi, great talk. So I'm the person who added the support for getting the path name of the host file thing. So I'm wondering, where should this be kind of documented? Like, what could we do to make it more accessible? Because apparently no one noticed.
No, that's a good question. Like, because I don't know exactly where I would look. Because the only reason I found it is because I saw another app that does it, and I looked into their code base. And I don't know. The thing is, because I think I probably have Googled it or Kagi'd it, and probably didn't have any results. I don't really recall correctly, but somewhere in the docs. But
they are it is technically in the docs, so it exists somewhere. But it's probably not very discoverable.
Yeah.
I've been trying to improve the documentation of the portals, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about this, so it would be nice to know what to do.
Apparently, viral post on Mastodon.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Great talk. You kind of hinted at it, but I'm still gonna ask what your drive was. So you had this app written in a Qt targeting multiple operating systems, and then something drove you to redo it in GTK. Like what was the, because it seemed like a miracle, especially for an app, like you would think like a media player or video player. That's kind of the app where people would favor aesthetics. but like for for data presentation software.
It's probably like, to some extent, it's kind of like me kind of picking the selfish route, as in I kind of started Qt because like, then I can share it with my colleagues and whatever. And then I realized like, yeah, but I'm like the main user here. And I kind of think aesthetics are important. The interface is important. I'll just use what like works best for me. Like then I also kind of strongly believe in dog fooding and like using your own software, because like that's the only way to find like the paper cuts, and like the not just the paper cut, also the part where there's friction. Like, oh, this is slightly annoying. So then I kind of want to like, no, I'll just choose for myself. And I think that in the end led to better software and also more users. Right now we're at 60,000 downloads in FlatHub. Depending on how you count, we're the most popular graphing application. Depends if you count GeoGebra or not. And I don't think it would get to this stage if I would remain pragmatic and like choose something that works for all, instead of like having something that like is nicely polished with like a single workflow in mind. So it's mainly originally just because I chose what I prefer, because I think it's nice, and then in the end, I think it led to better results as well.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you, Sjoerd, for the presentation. Next one will be about developing GTK with React. Thank you. Welcome back. We are going to the next talk. It's a remote talk by Angelo about writing Linux applications faster with GTK and React. Enjoy. Reactions and questions, please, in the matrix room for track 2.
For Linux. So let me start with the introductions. Who am I? My name is Angelo Valeshamo, also known as Vixalian on the internet, and I'm a university student. I'm currently in my final year. I'm doing software engineering, and I've also been Google Summer of Code in 2023 and currently in 2026. For 2023, in Google Summer of Code, I was working on the Workbench application, which is a place where you can write applications and test them before you implement them, their user interface, actually. And in 2026, I'm working on adding debug adapter protocol support to GNOME JavaScript. So I'm a very GNOME JavaScript person, at least I'm trying to be. I'm also the maintainer of Decibels and Sticky Notes. So Decibels is also known as Audio Player, and it's this application right here. And it's also the default audio player in GNOME, in Ubuntu, and in Fedora, I believe. And I'm also the maintainer of Sticky Notes, which is this application you can find on FlatHub. You can use it to write notes that stick. In a few words, Peachy is just a framework for writing native GTK for applications, and you write the application using React, which is a web framework that we use to a web library actually that we use to write reactive applications on the web. If you come from web development, you might be quite familiar with React already. Then the applications you write will be written in JavaScript, so they will need the GNOME JavaScript engine, or GJS for short, to run them. And you render real widgets, real GTK widgets, and we don't use a web view such as other technologies like Electron or Tori do. So why did I build Peachy? So when I got started writing GTK applications or native applications for Linux, I found that there was some high friction. Especially when starting a project, you will need a few boilerplate code files before even getting started. In the case of Vala, you probably need a source file. You also need to configure Meson so that it can build using the Vala compiler. It can build with the relevant libraries and link with them. And I believe the story is also similar for C and maybe even Rust, although I haven't tried it in depth. And GNOME JavaScript or GJS is already proven in GNOME because it's what's used already for the GNOME shell and a few applications such as Decibels, Sticky Notes that I mentioned, and also a few other GNOME applications are written in JavaScript already. So I feel like we could implement the experience while also using JavaScript. Yeah, so there's probably millions of web developers, and since there's quite a large number of web developers, there have been some tools that have been built by and for web development that improve the experience for web development. So, for example, you have new bundlers that will bundle your JavaScript code into maybe a single file so that it can be distributed and minify it. We have hot module reload or HMR, and we have TypeScript already. So since these tools have been implemented to ease the development of web development, which uses JavaScript, I believe we could also bring those improvements to native application development using GJS and GTK. So here is an example of an application written in with Peachy. So Peachy is just a framework, so we are using Adwaita and GTK library, GTK widgets. And here we're also using useState to track application state. This is from React. but these widgets like Adwaita, toolbar view, header bar, and GTK box, button, label, and button are from GTK itself. So these are toolkit widgets that we get from GTK, and we can combine them with React functions such as useState. So here we have, of course, an obligatory counter demo, and you can see it counting from 0 to like incrementing and decrementing, and the state is managed well. So Peachy itself is built as a monorepo because I wanted it to be composed of different parts that can be split and used together if needed. So we have different packages, which I will explain later in the coming slides. But we have packages for Peachy core, which include the application runner, the development server, the compiler, that will compile our application into a single file that can be run by GJS. We have a different package for React, which will tell React how to update our or build the application given a widget tree. We also have a package for hooks, which I will explain later. I have also polyfills and a create package that allows to scaffold applications, pitch applications quickly. You also have a few different plugins. We have plugins for React, CSS, resources, and runner, which I will hopefully get a chance to explain later in the slides. And of course, there's also a few examples which I'll be explaining in the slides as we go on. So I tried to split the presentation into different sections. So the first section is titled for web developers, and it explains how Peachy brings the web development process that they know and love into native application development for Linux. Firstly, when you write an application with Peachy, you get support for JSX. So JSX is this syntax where you can use XML-like structures to write your widget tree. So here you can see, for example, how I wrote a widget tree for a toolbar view with a header bar and a GTK box. So this is the syntax that allows you to write it. It's called JSX. So at the end, when we compile this application, it will be written into normal JavaScript. So this acts like syntactic sugar so that you can write your user interfaces faster. JSX has been popularized by React, but it's also used by other toolkits, I believe Solid and more. It's also reactive in that when you write a variable, let's say you have this variable called name, and we set a property on, we have this GTK label, and we are displaying the current name. It's reactive in that if you change the variable up top, this label will also change reactively. And you don't need to write your builder XML like before, where you had to write. I think GTK developers are already familiar with builder XML. It's when you write a different XML file to define your UI, and then maybe later link it and bind it to your datas. So here it's all reactive and in one file, which is, at least in my eyes, a good thing because all the code is in one place. And with Peachy, it's quite easy to scaffold an application to get started. If you have Node.js installed, Node.js comes with NPM. With a tool, it's the Node package manager. So you can run this script on your local machine, npm create Peachy at latest, and it will ask you for the name of your project and bootstrap it in under 30 seconds. So when you have your application bootstrapped, you can we can start coding. And the very first thing we improve in the developer experience is hot module reload, which is quite familiar to web developers. Hot module reload refers to the way when you write code and save, the UI will update automatically without losing the state. So this happens most of the time. When you update any variable or any label, it will update the UI automatically as soon as you save. but sometimes when you maybe update some state or other things, it may require full restart. But I'm still working on ways where I can reduce the need for full restarts, and it's always going to be hard to reload most of the times. Another important feature we have, which is borrowed from web development, is styling, especially CSS modules. CSS modules is this nice way where you have a file with a .module.css extension, and when you have that file with some styles inside, you can import that file as a normal JavaScript module, and Peachy, when it's on the bundling step, it will compile the CSS file and minify it. It will also bundle it automatically without you needing to put it in a JSON file, and you can use the styles from it by just typing styles from the important CSS file and then dot the class name that you want to use. This is also nice since it will always generate unique style classes, so you don't also have collisions. So here's an example of a button of a page that was written with CSS modules. Another feature that will be beneficial to React to web developers is the use of NPM libraries. When you write your application using Peachy, you are able to access quite a large number of libraries from NPM. Here I have this example which shows different toggles at the top and also shows a list of blog posts by the authors. You are able to filter the posts by author by clicking on the author that you need, and that will only fetch the specified user's posts. Here in this example, I didn't want to implement everything from scratch, so I used SWR, which is quite a popular library for fetching data, and also it will also reload the data when the user refocuses the application on when the user loses internet and regains internet. So that's one thing I don't need to re-implement because it's already implemented by a package on NPM which I can reuse. I also have access to different state management libraries such as nanostores, Zustand, and more. So I don't need to implement state management manually as well. Peachy also supports asset bundling quite easily and fast. So here I had this GNOME logo and I wanted to display it in my application. With the old way or with what GTK developers are familiar with, I might need to write an XML GResource file and compile it and make sure it's in the right place. But with Peachy, it's all automatic. All I need to do is import the file as if it was normal JavaScript code and then use it as a GResource. Peachy will automatically build and bundle and put it in the right place for you automatically so that you can focus on writing the code and less about compiling and setting up your build system. So yes, the next section is titled for GTK developers and also tells them how writing application might be better than what they're used to currently, or even tell them how they can reuse what they have been using to write GTK applications, but with Peachy. So yeah, the good improvement in Peachy over writing normal GGS code is that you get access to TypeScript out of the box. It's automatically configured for you. You don't need to install anything. And as soon as you start writing your code with your editor, it will give you IntelliSense and autocomplete your variables before you even complete them. So you can even look up the implementation. If you get stuck, maybe check out the correct property name and so on. And you also have type checking with TypeScript before you compile your code so that you catch errors at compile time instead of on runtime. Yes, and then you also get access to React. React is a library that we use under the hood for writing UIs, and is the same React that has been powering web applications for a long time and is already loved by web developers. So React is probably used in more than 30% of all websites, and it has some nice features such as providers for state management. Suspense is where you can load data while also showing different data when the data is loading, or show a different UI when an error has happened automatically. You also have access to portals for rendering outside the widget tree. Let's say you want to maybe display a popover, you can use portals for that. You also have access to concurrent rendering. React is very fast and is very mature. And when you use JSX and variable updates, it doesn't rebuild the entire widget tree. Instead, it patches the widget that needs to be updated with the correct data automatically. So it's concurrent and it's fast. You also have access to different React hooks such as useState, useEffect, and useContext. And of course, you have access to a plethora of libraries that were designed to work with React, such as ones I mentioned before, like SWR, or even React Query, and much more. So React is a big enough topic on itself, but I hope it can be interesting and of use to us developers. Another thing is Peachy provides different hooks to you for free, which you can use to do most of operations that you do in application. So for example, you have a hook to check the accent color, to check the dark mode, to use a setting. For example, you can use this use setting hook to check for the user's background, or even check if they have dynamic workspaces enabled. We also have a hook for network monitoring, checking if the user is currently connected, and use binding to check the value of a property. And of course, all these hooks will always return updated data. So if the user switches on dark mode and switches it off, it will re-render the application transparently. And also it allows you to change the different settings. So you can also set dark mode to enabled or disable it, or change the accent color, or change the setting. Yes, with Peachy, you also have access to all the different GeoObject introspection libraries that we know and love. So the basic ones are, of course, GTK4 and libadwaita. So you have access to the different widgets, adaptive layouts, style classes, and much more. You also have access to glib and GIO for GeoObject, for lists, for other infrastructure as well. And you have access to also a different old sets of libraries which you can use in your application to get started quickly without re-implementing everything. So with Peachy, you have access to both GeoObject introspection libraries and also NPM libraries to get you started faster. And another advantage of Peachy is that you can scale your application without compromising performance. Here I have an example of a contact list application. It's written in Peachy, and I used a library called Faker.js to generate 500 contacts, and I display them in a list here using GIO list model and GTK list view. And it's all implemented nicely and it's fast, which might not be the case if you use a web view. Sorry for the quality of this video. I recorded in GIFs, so that's why the quality is lacking. And yeah, when you implement your application using Peachy, you get performance similar to GTK, although there's an asterisk here because there is little overhead from GJS and from React, but it should be negligible. Another use case for Peachy would be nice and easy dbus. So dbus is this way of it's a way where applications can communicate with other applications or other system components. So one of the different interfaces specified by dbus is MPRIS or MPRIS. I believe it stands for multimedia something. I don't remember the rest. But it essentially allows you, when you are playing a video or an audio, to show controls in, for example, the GNOME shell or the KDE, so that the user can pause and play using the the shell's UI, or maybe even the media keys on their headphones, on their laptop, or their keyboard. So with Peachy, it's very nice and easy to implement using this third-party package called GNOME. If you had implemented this manually, it would have been a headache. I'm sure GTK developers in the room have already probably know how hard it is to implement dbus. It requires a lot of boilerplate. So yeah, the last section is for contributors or people who want to build with Peachy generally or want to improve Peachy itself. So Peachy is not implemented as everything in one place, but instead it reuses components and libraries from other places as well. So I believe it was worth a mention to mention them. Firstly, we have Jirgen, which is this nice tool by Eilul. I'm not sure how to pronounce their name, but they're a helpful person in the community. So this library will use the GObject introspection files. I think it's GIRs, to generate TypeScript code that we can use for type generation and type checking in Peachy. So that's what we rely on for TypeScript conformance. We can also use GNOME as a convenience library for GJS. It provides you access to GObject decorator so that you can register objects in GObject easily. And also the previous dbus example, it was made possible by this GNOME library. And so there's so much more we can do with GNOME. It also gives you a polyfill to fetch, and also access to settings, a way where you can store your application settings easily. We also use npm and Node.js for distribution. That's how we distribute Peachy, and also allow you to use different packages from npm. We use rolldown for compiling our application and bundling it. So that's where we compile the JSX into normal JavaScript code that GJS can understand, and also all the different features such as decorators, which GJS might not understand yet. We also use tsdown for its CSS bundling functionality, so that's what we use for CSS module support. We also use TSC, or the TypeScript compiler, to compile our code from TypeScript to JavaScript, and also check for errors. Peachy itself also uses oxlint and oxformat for linting and formatting, and change sets for when we want to release a feature, and write change logs automatically. So there's quite a few features on the roadmap already. The most important one, in my eyes at least, is GetText support, so that you can write your application and also make it so it can be translated into multiple languages. Another feature on the roadmap is multi-platform builds, which we might be able to do and support Windows and macOS builds, and maybe even Android in the future, who knows. Another feature that would be nice is automatic Flatpak packaging. So you write a pitch application and it compiles into a Flatpak automatically. And we might also in the future support other UI frameworks such as Felt, Solid, and Vue, depending on their complexity. Also, if you have a different idea you want to be implemented, of course, it can be put on the roadmap. So thank you. This has been Peachy. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and if you have any feedback, please reach out. There's a metrics link here, which can reach out to me. It's a group where we can discuss about Peachy and other TypeScript and JavaScript in GNOME discussions. I also have links for the examples that I used in this presentation and a link to Peach's source code itself. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Thanks to Angelo for the talk. It's quite interesting and challenging to write this, so it's definitely impressive. Now we have a coffee break and then the keynote. So this room will resume after the lunch break at 13:45. Also, I see a question. Questions can be in the matrix room, track 2. Also, a small announcement that there are still a few open slots for lightning talks tomorrow. So if you're interested, have considered doing one, make a decision, do it, and you can sign up at the desks at the ground floor. Okay, welcome back in track 2 for this afternoon. We start with a presentation about Python GTK2 application that was ported to GTK4 by Zulfian.
Ahora sí. No.
Hi. We need a second. We are having problems troubleshooting the video call. You
Jopi complete.
Pak Alvin, rasanya bisa dimulai sekarang. Jelas Pak?
Hello. Everything okay now?
Mantap Pak.
Mantap Pak.
Iya mantap mantap. Bisa. Oke, boleh dimulakan.
Oke terus. Okay. I will start now. Okay. Hello. My name is Zulfian, and I'm joining remotely from Indonesia. I'm happy to be here at GUADEC. After my first talk at GNOME Asia Summit in Tokyo last year, Mr. Ramkrishna encouraged me to submit this talk to GUADEC. I'd like to thank him for that, so here I am. Today I want to talk about Jollpy, a lightweight text editor I first built in 2010, and what happened when I tried to bring it to GTK form. Let me give a bit context about myself and this project. I started using Linux in 2008 through Canonical CP program, getting Ubuntu CDs delivered to my home. That put me deep into the ecosystem. 2 years later, In 2010, I built Jolpi as a personal experiment. Python was not taught at my college. GTK was almost unknown where I studied, so I learned everything on my own, mostly from books and documentation. And that project became my thesis. After graduating in 2011, I stopped coding for a long time and returned to programming in 2024. And last year, in 2025, I rewrote Jolpi completely from scratch. One thing I found later, those early releases were downloaded from 23 countries on SourceForge. So for a small student, that was surprisingly motivating. So here is a quick overview of what changed between the two versions. On the left, of Jolpi, use Python 2, GTK 2, GTK Software 2, GNOME virtual file system for file handling, manual MD5 hashing for file monitoring, use iterator, batch search, and no CSS system at all. On the right, Jolpi 2025 is Python 3, GTK 4, GTK Software 5, modern Geo, Geo file monitor, GTK source context, and GTK CSS. So on paper, this looks like a straightforward upgrade, but when I actually open the old code and try to pour it, that assumption lasts only a few hours. The first thing I encountered was the application model. In GTK2, you start with a window directly. You create a GTK window, connect the distro signal to GTK main quake, call show all, and run GTK main. That's it. The window is the application. Now in GTK4, there is no GTK main anymore. Everything starts with a GTK application. You define the application, set an application ID, and the Windows lives inside do activate. And the life cycle like startup, activate, shutdown is all managed by the application. So for me, personally, this actually made things easier. In GTK2, at that time, for me, creating a second window felt complicated because there was nothing holding everything together. Now in GTK4, a new window is just a new instance under the same application lifecycle. Everything follows automatically. But coming from GTK2, this was the first clear signal. This is not just a syntax update. The second thing I found was the menu system. In GTK2, the recommended way to build menus and toolbars was UI Manager together with action group. You define entries like actions, labels, shortcuts, callbacks, all in a list. Then you create an action group, add the entries, create a UI Manager, insert the action group, add the accelerator group to the window, and finally get the menu bar widget from a path string. And for Jolpi, that list has many entries covering every menu item. In GTK4, UI Manager is completely gone. Actions are now registered using Go simple action, and menus can be built using GTK Builder, one system for both UI and menus. And I also create a small helper function, create action, to register each action together with its callback and keyboard shortcut in one call. And the helper is personal choice to keep the code clean, not a requirement. And beyond the technical chain, GNOME modern applications follow a different UI pattern. Instead of a classic menu bar, Jollpy now uses a header bar with a hamburger menu pop-up. So more focused and cleaner. So within the first few hours, three things were already clear. The application model was completely different. UI manager and action group were gone entirely, and the action callbacks pattern had changed. So from just those three things, it was obvious adapting the old code would only preserve updated assumptions. So the project was rewritten from scratch. Now let me talk about what GTK4 gives you on the other side of that decision. In old Jollpy, detecting external file change was fully manual. I had to calculate an MD5 hash of the file content, store it, and compare it every time the window received a focus in event. And because Python 2 had different model availability depending on the version, I had to wrap the hash function in a try except. Try hash sleep MD5 first, fallback to the old MD5 model. It worked, but it was unreliable. Focus in event is not the same as file chain. Now in GTK4, GeoFile Monitor handles all of this automatically. You can call a monitor file on a GeoFile object, connect to the change signal, and you're done. It detects modified, renamed, and deleted, each with a different event type. So Jollpy can respond differently depending on what actually happened. So this is one of the clearest examples where the rewrite simplified the code, not just modernized it. Next is search, was another area that took significant time. And this is where I want to be honest about how I learned. In Jollpy 2010, search was built on GTK source views iterator search APIs. I use GTK source view iter forward search and iter backward search, standalone function, synchronous, no match count, no regex support. Wraparound had to be handled manually by catching exceptions and resetting to the start iterator. Now in GTK4, GTK source view provides source context, a proper source object with async forward and backward search, real-time match count, built-in regex, word, and case-sensitive options. But understanding how to implement async, implement async search in Python took me quite a long time. I learned a lot by reading the GNOME text editor source code, I'm grateful that I can still make sense of C code little by little and understand the patterns behind it. And I translated that into Python for Jollpy. So that process, reading C source code and implementing it in Python, was probably the part that took the most time in the entire rewrite. In Jollpy 2010, the find and replace dialogues were separated windows built with GLADE to show the find dialog. I had to set it transition to the parent window, check if it was already visible, and call show out, separated window, separated flow. In GTK4, I use a GTK revealer for the search and replace navbar to show it. One line, set refer child true. To hide it, set refer child false. The panel slides in line without interrupting the text area. I discovered this pattern by observing the behavior of the GNOME text editor. I noticed it had an inline search bar that appeared without a spared window. And after checking the documentation, I found the GTK revealer and implemented it in Jollpy. For the status bar, I use GTK overlay. The status bar class subclasses GTK overlay directly. A label appears over the content, showing line and column position. Then auto hides after 2 seconds using glide timeout. And dialogues in Jollpy now serve only for purpose alerts and message. Everything else is in line. One more thing, GTK4 gives you that GTK2 did have at all, CSS styling system. In GTK2, I didn't touch styling. I just follow the system time. There was no easy way, I think, to customize the interface without diving into theme engines. And in GTK4, you can style your application using standard CSS. The same syntax anyone familiar with web development already knows. No extra libraries, no additional dependencies. And for Jollpy, I created a small custom CSS file. I defined a custom grade color palette like Abu Kuat, Abu Sedang, Abu Gelap, Indonesian names, yes. And I applied them to the header bar, buttons, and window background. The goal was a neutral gray that works on both dark and light system themes. It's a personal choice, but having that option at all is something GTK4 made easy. Yes, here's what the two versions actually look like side by side. On the left, old Jollpy, simple, minimal, built by a college student learning Python and GTK on his own. On the right, Jollpy 2025, same philosophy, lightweight, minimal dependencies, but rebuilt on a modern stack with a cleaner interface. 15 years apart, same project, but different paradigm. Now, the most interesting challenge I encountered during the rewrite. Jollpy supports multiple tabs. Each tab can open a large file, sometimes up to 1 million lines. file loading is async using GTK source file loader. That part works fine on its own. But what happens when you have multiple large files loading at the same time, and in another tab, you want to search or replace text? With naive async, where all operations run at the same priority, the search starts feeling sluggish. The UI is technically responsive, but the search interaction lags because the file loaders are competing for the same scheduler time. Async alone is not enough. When everything runs equally, search still lags. The solution was understanding GLib's task scheduling model. GLibs has a priority system for async operations. By default, most operations run at a priority default, but you can explicitly set a lower priority for background work. And for Jolpi, I set the file loader to run at a glib priority low. This means the glib scheduler always gives search operation, which run at priority default, higher priority than file loading. The result, even when multiple large, even yes. The time is apa? Come on. Please type in the chat. Please type in the chat. Modern GTK replaced a lot of things that used to be manual. Third, async alone is not enough. Yes. Async alone is not enough. Priorities matter. GLib priority system is the key to keeping your application responsive under real condition. The documentation lists the priorities. Experience tell you when to use them. Okay. That's called my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Jopi available on FlatHub, and Mancat SSP to Parquet Converter is available on FlatHub too. Feel free to explore the project. If you have any question, please type them in the chat. If sometime comes to my letter, don't hesitate to reach out afterward as well. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Yes, thank you for the talk. Thank you. The next one will be about internationalization. We'll start in a few minutes when we have set up. All right, welcome back. We are a bit behind schedule, but I have a few short announcements. There is a link in the GUADEC attendees chat to submit questions for the AGM tomorrow. Also, there are still a few slots available for who wants to give a lightning talk. And there are a few tickets for the lunch tomorrow, don't forget. Having said that, let me introduce Guillaume about translation. Enjoy.
Thank you. So we talk about accessibility ROMs for wheelchair, screen readers for the blind, caption for the deaf. Those are essential. But there's something we don't say. A person who doesn't speak English is also excluded from English-only interfaces, and it's unusable. So I want to show you what is internationalization, and that internationalization is also accessibility. So what is it and how to do it properly? This is what I'm going to talk about in the next 30 minutes. So as it's been said, okay, it doesn't work. Do we have something? Oops. I broke the entire system. Sorry. It's this button and this button. Okay, thank you. So I am Guillaume Bernard. I am from the I-8N team, the internationalization team, and I am working in the team with Anders and Raphael, as you saw yesterday in the lightning talk of the team. That's my first talk at GUADEC, so even though I'm a long-time contributor, actually I started in 2013 as a simple translator in the French team. So my presentation will be divided in 5 different sections. First, I will talk about internationalization in general terms. Second, I review some of the most important rules for an internationalizable and localizable interface. Then I will focus a bit about local support and the complexity with the different languages. And then I will share you some of the things that we thought about for linguistic inclusion of users and also developers. And finally, I will talk about DEMLines, which is our internationalization platform, and I'm the maintainer of this platform. So first thing first, what is what we call internationalization or I-8N? Internationalization is fundamentally about separating concerns in software development. At its heart, it means decoupling 3 distinct elements: the code logic, so the business rules, the features and the algorithms, the user experience, and so the user interface. So it's about layouts, components, and UI widgets, and also the text content, so the strings displayed to your users. This separation is what enables us and our software to reach users worldwide, not through miraculous translation, but through a deliberate technical and linguistic process and preparation. So we use I-8N and L10N, localization, and many people use these terms, but internationalization and localization, using these terms interchangeably, you shouldn't do that. Understanding the difference is essential. So internationalization is actually the engineering work. It's the infrastructure that enables your software to be displayed in other languages and to be shown to people with other cultures. So the question we ask is this technically capable of working in any language or region? And the other part, localization, is the cultural and linguistic work. It's the actual translation, not only translation, but also adaptation and testing in a specific language, region, or community. In localization, we ask, does this make sense and feel right for this audience? So it's 2 different problems. So why it matters for our community? Our internationalization efforts serve 4 interconnected goals. First, we focus on consistency across the entire ecosystem. When GNOME applications speak in a unified voice, localized in each language and adapted for each region to each people, users experience GNOME as a professional project, as a unified product. It serves also a broader global adoption. GNOME targets users everywhere, so a good internationalization and also a good localization remove barriers for speakers of languages with smaller tech markets, for example, non-Latin writing systems, and regions where accessibility is crucial. So this expands our user base a lot. And third, the perceived quality is also increased because when a user opens a GNOME application in their native language and find it perfectly localized and translated with the appropriate context, they perceive the entire ecosystem as professional and respectful. Conversely, broken translations and untranslated interface signal carelessness. And finally, we consider also accessibility as a human right. Internationalization and localization are forms of accessibility. We talk about making software accessible to people with visual impairments, hearing difficulties, motor challenges, and rightly so. But linguistic and cultural accessibility is just as important. A person who doesn't speak English is, as I said, excluded from English-only interfaces, just as a person who is blind is excluded from textual and visual-only content. So when we ensure GNOME speaks your language and understand your cultural context, we're saying you belong here, regardless of what language you speak and where you're from. This is the goal of localization and internationalization. Here we go. So let's switch to the second section. What are the rules and what are the rules for an inclusive and localizable interface? Now that we understand why internationalization matters, let's talk about how we actually do it. So first thing first, the foundation of good internationalization is good source writing. So American English is GNOME's source language, and the quality of English strings directly impacts. It directly impacts how translators understand what to translate, how well translations can adapt to other languages' grammar and syntax, and whether the interface feels natural or awkward to users. So the first principle, and it's also our golden rule, you should use simple, clear, and consistent language. Most translators are non-native English speakers. So ambiguous or complex sentences, message leads to mistranslations. It confuses users in every localized version. So you should also avoid slang and abbreviations. These are exceptionally hard to translate correctly. And also translators can't assume abbreviation will work the same way in other languages. You cannot assume that. For example, charset might be spelled out differently in French, Chinese, or Polish, for example. So you should be consistent and also use the same terminology and spelling everywhere. Choose one form and stick with it everywhere. You have the example with emails, and it's extracted from a real module I had to work on. So in this case, use just email, same syntax. Okay, the second rule is about formatting messages consistently. Maybe you know, maybe not, but white spaces and formatting matters enormously because for translation, we translate strings, including the white spaces. So whenever you decide to change a white space in your string, it creates a new string, a new message that has to be translated. So the key rules are: don't add trailing space or new lines. Don't put white space before colons, question marks or exclamation marks. And also avoid the use of tabs inside messages because tabs won't align the same way in all languages. It depends on the size for example, the size of the tab sign on your system. And it might be longer or shorter. You should also avoid cultural references. Idioms, metaphor, region-specific conventions don't translate in other languages. They require cultural adaptation, which translators can't always do. The most known example is batteries included, which is a message that is displayed on GNOME's website, and it clearly doesn't translate well in other languages. So try to find another formulation and to be a bit more explicit. You should try to avoid cultural references in your strings. I selected these examples from existing messages, not only from GNOME, but from other projects that require translation. And the fourth principle, you should never, ever concatenate strings. We often say that, the I8NN teams, because building messages by concatenating fragments is one of the main issues we face with internationalization. In many languages, the word order differ fundamentally. And when you concatenate fragments, you just force the English word order. As an example, in English, it's subject, verb, object. In Japanese, subject, verb, object. In Japanese, subject, object, verb. And in Irish, verb, subject, object. So if you concatenate strings, you force the English word order, and it cannot be translated. Also, we lose context. So maybe the solution, well, no, it's not maybe. The solution is to provide complete string for each context. So this way, each string is complete, self-contained, and translatable as a whole. So don't forget, provide full strings. Next principle, handle plurals correctly. So plural handling is a common localization problem, and many developers try shortcuts that break in other languages. No worries, sometimes I do it myself. So there are many problems with the syntax you have above. It doesn't account for languages with irregular plurals like foot and feet, for example, or sheep, sheep. But also other languages have a way to represent plurals without an ending S. So it clearly doesn't work. Also, we have languages with different form of plurals. So in English, in French, and German, we have two forms of plural. But in Polish, Russian, or Czech, we have three forms of plural. And in Arabic, I found many complex rules, and I won't say more because I will probably say something wrong. But so the context changes, and there are many forms of plural. You can't account that there is only two. So maybe the solution would be maybe the solution would be to try a good if statement, but it still breaks the rule of there are in other language more than two plurals. So the correct approach is to use nGetText. It's a function from the GetText software that you use, and you should use it even if you know the number will never be 1, because as I said, there are many different forms of plurals in other languages. So even if you know there will never be a 1 value, there can be 2, 3, 4, 5. You should use nGetText. I've got an example. In English, it's file and files. And in Polish, we have 3 forms of plurals and complex rules in the middle, because numbers ending with 2, 3, and 4, except 12, 13, and 14, have a certain form of plurals, and the other case have a third form of plural. So what are the techniques? Now we've covered how to write good source strings. Let's talk about some technical tools and practices to make strings translatable. So the GetText library is the standard system for making and translating strings in C code. And so, so understanding how to use it correctly is fundamental. So GNU GetText has many compatible implementations in other languages like Python, Rust, etc. So first thing, you should use this macro, because this macro underscore parenthesis is used by xGetText. It's a tool to detect and to extract get strings as messages to be translated. It works in many languages, so we use the same process for all the GNOME modules that we have on Daemlines. Of course, there are messages you should not translate, like debug messages, variable names, and so on. Also, for dynamic content, you have to use format specifiers. So you should never hardcode values like digits, it's digit in my example, because we have to keep the connection for translators between the number and well, it's part of the context actually. So translators have to understand the context of the string. So if you write step blah blah out of blah blah, it gives information to the translator that the number of step could be unlimited. And also, if you maintain this kind of string, you have to make 2 changes in case your loop number changes. So you should always inject parameters this way. In other languages, like in Python, you can also name your parameters, which gives way better context to translators. Like in this example, I could say step number of total number of steps. And I guarantee you that it helps a lot. In my library, in my software, I have homonyms. I use same strings, but in different contexts. How to tell the translators that actually they are 2 different contexts. So the best example is how to translate open. In English, maybe it's always open, but in other languages, it's not always open, because open could be a noun or a verb in this example. So some English strings are ambiguous, and the meaning depends on the context, and it's something we have to be aware of. So you have to use pig_text, and pig_text, the first parameter, is the context. So the best thing is to use a key, because this key you will reuse it in the same context after. For example, this case of open is a case I encountered with Daemlines, because with Daemlines, I wanted to say that a merge request is open or closed, and there is another translation, there is another message for another thing with open, and it clearly doesn't translate the same way. And of course, with comments, if you don't know how to reduce the ambiguity, or if you want to add context to the translators, you have to use comments, please. About time. Okay, 20 minutes, okay. So I'll talk about locale support. GNOME has 155 language teams. Obviously, not all of them are active, not all of them reach 100% translation. As an example, the French translation is not 100% complete, but we focus on GNOME versions and GNOME UI over GNOME documentation. This is our top priority. But supporting a locale means more than just translating strings. It means understanding and accommodating fundamentally different ways of writing, of formatting, and on organizing information. So when you write source code for and strings for GNOME, you're not writing just for English speakers, you're writing for the entire world. And also for languages with radically different properties. So we have plenty of writing systems. There are different alphabets, and this list is not obviously exhaustive. We have Latin, Cyrillic, Arabic, Indian, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and probably many others. So there is, in addition to this, different ways to read text. So from left to right, right to left, and in some rare cases, this could be bidirectional if it's in case a mix between LTL and RTL text. And of course, we have also letters that change shape. As an example, in Arabic, you have the letter that change shape based on the position in a word. So you have a sign for the isolated character. You have a sign for the initial, median, and ending character, which is different every time. well, it's not different every time, but it's different based on the position. And you can see the translation of save document in different scripts. And so, what is it? So what's normal in a locale is wrong in another. But let's take an example. People speak French in parts of the world that are not France. They don't use euro, but I use euro because I live in France. We don't, or we may not, have the same cultural references. So how do we handle this? How do you handle this? By extracting all these context, all these numbers, date, currencies, and measurements from the strings, you help translating and localizing the systems. So for date formats, for example, the easiest thing is to use the frameworks we have. So you can actually render the date. You use an object that is a date, and you render the date in the localized version based on the system locale using the format specifier %x, for example. For numbers, there are different ways to write integers, as I showed on the right. In French, we use a space as a thousand separator, but in English, it's a comma. I think it's the same for decimal separator. It's a comma in French and a dot in English. So again, you can use this single quote indicates that it should use the adapted format in the system locale. And another subtlety with currencies, and as I said, there is different ways to write currencies. In French, you put the symbol at the end of the number. You have a space and the symbol. And in English, the symbol precedes the number. So you should always let the locale handle the position and the writing of your currencies. And this time it's not gettext, it's in the example standard C code. It's from standard library. It's strfmon, the function you can use. And again, for linguistic specificities, English has a minimal inflection. An inflection is a process of word formation in which a word is modified depending on its role in the sentence. So as an example, Russian has 6 cases, 6 grammatical cases and roles of each linguistic element, each changing word ending. You have always the same beginning of the word, and the word ending changes and varies. It varies depending on the context. So whatever the order of the words in the sentence, you keep the meaning because of these word endings. Because it's implicit that the from and the for in the English example are implicit, actually. Okay, so I'll talk a bit about linguistic inclusion. I would like to focus on something I long thought about, which is not a rule or recommendation at the moment, but it is something I experimented with as a translator. These insights were discussed, were debated, and it is very clear that we as translators have received also a lot of concern about inclusivity of the language, both in original strings and in translations. So my example in this section will be exaggerated just in order to understand what I'm talking about. The main idea with this is that a lexical choice can exclude, can render invisible, and can embarrass a community or people. And so when we write software, our word choices signal who is welcome and who is rejected also. So maybe the most important thing in internationalization is you should never assume the gender when referring to people. The most common case is when you refer to user or administrators, because in all cases you should avoid pronouns like her, his, etc. Except, of course, if you explicitly know the gender of the person you are talking to. For example, in French, when you try to translate user, we say utilisateur ou utilisatrice, which is a user or user, because we say the masculine and the feminine form at once. So you can use collective or plural form instead. So using administration team, for instance, or system administration, when you use this form of sentence, we keep the language neutral in English and also in translation, because the gender is on the team or on the system, not on the people you are talking to. So with the same idea, try, if possible, to write your sentences a neutral way. So you should avoid languages, stereotypes, or make assumptions on people. So try to avoid normal mode, but say instead standard, default. Well, you have, as I said, exaggerated examples. And also but you should avoid discriminatory phrases. Many free, libre, open source software decided to exclude some of the terms because they refer to oppression and discrimination. So you should avoid them in any case, except for known exceptions, such as when you refer a term in another software and when you are referring to something that exists outside of your own software. Yes, and in this case, the word you use should be put in quotes to indicate that you are quoting someone and it's not our software or the GNOME project who is speaking. And I am almost done. Perfect. I would finally talk about what we do. What we do in the I89 team, and talk about Demlines, our localization platform. So we provide our own localization platform, which is Demlines. It allows us to coordinate translation in all our languages, and it also extracts the string from your software. So we just have to connect Demlines to your repository, and then we do the extraction of messages ourselves, and we coordinate the translation process ourselves. So why is it called Demlines? It's a reference to a sentence which is lies, Demlines, and statistics. It's a critique of applied statistics, because we are a statistic application. We track actually the translation completeness of our software. So I tried to compare the situation between GNOME and other desktop environment projects. And in terms of scale, we can compare GNOME to KDE, because we are both major projects with hundreds of modules and tens of thousands of strings to translate. We are organized very differently. KDE is still using SVN and a synchronization process to push PO files to the software, while we use Demlines to directly push commits of PO files directly to your repositories. So it's an automated process with Demlines. We have a tool, an offline tool, which is gTranslator, which is highly maintained. And in KDE, they have Localize, which is also a tool dedicated to translation in the ecosystem. Other projects benefit from centralized platform like Transifex or Weblate, but they are really small in comparison to KDE or GNOME. Our process deliberately prioritize consistency over convenience. Like every 6 months, the question rises again, why don't we provide an online translation platform? I'd say it's more a feature than a bug. Actually, we think that as we focus on consistency, we think that translating the PO files as a whole improves consistency, because you have the whole context of the application, and so when you are in doubt with a term, for example, you can just search in the PO file to just compare what is the term that has been used in previous translation. So our focus is consistency with this. We also have Demlines working on unifying the translation process. So the translation is really simple. You are a member of a team, you decide to translate, so you reserve a module for translation, you translate, you upload your PO file, it is being reviewed, then approved, then pushed to the repository. And it's what does Demlines. It's an application to coordinate the translation process. And finally, by having such an application on our ecosystem, we also allow maintenance and overhead and resources, because Demline is a very lightweight application, and it's a very critical application also, because without Demlines, we cannot localize software. So the trade-off is that translators have to install gTranslator, translate offline, but the benefit is quality, because we use translation memories, and the terminology is also discussed within the teams, within the translation teams, and we understand that it's a demanding workflow, but our focus is on quality. Demlines. This is what you have on the right. It's the, what is it? Yeah, it's the summary of a module. You have the translation of GNOME shell in French, for example. We track many branches because we have an organization which is based on module. Module is an application, so glib is a module, GNOME shell is a module, or, well, you got it. We track branches. This allows us to maintain translations in previous versions of GNOME, for instance. For instance, I had to fix a string in GNOME 49, and I also fixed it in GNOME 50. And tracking different branches allows us to do this. We have also the domain. The two main domains you have are UI translations and documentation. GIMP is an exception, because for GIMP you have PO install, you have installer, Windows installer, you have documentation, many kind of documentations. And the root and the core thing is the PO file, the file you actually translate as a translator. I recently added something in Demlines. It's the ability for maintainers to actually change the settings of their modules. We received a lot of questions or of requests to update, like, the URL of the project, to update the generation process of some modules, and so we decided just to open the ability to modify the properties of your module yourself on Demlines. So now you have a form to do it. And once your module has been approved, if you want to add your module on Demlines, you have to talk to us, opening an issue on GitLab, and we have a review process, and we will ensure that everything is correct. But once your project is accepted and added on Demlines, you have a full control of adding branches, removing branches, changing the PO generation strategy, etc. And finally, I would like to talk about string freeze breaks. So for upcoming or already released modules, we track string freezes. So as of July 2026, GNOME 50 is frozen, and GNOME 51 will be frozen at the end of mid-August. And we have an announcement period that starts at the beginning of August. It means that if you are a developer, we would like you not to update the strings of your software, because translators need to have time to translate. And if a string has been translated, we don't want translators to translate it over and over because you wanted to make some adjustments. From the 1st August of this year, you have to declare the breaks, and they have to be approved. It's not like it's not a punishment. It's just to ensure that we can help you with the strings, and also maybe try to find arrangements to maintain consistency. In any case, you should contact us on GitLab, Discourse, or Matrix, and we'll fix that together. So this is my conclusion, and I think I'm okay with the time. So, as I said, internationalization is a form of accessibility. I want to insist on this. GNOME has a good support for about 80 languages, 80 locales with radically different writing systems. So text directions, grammatical rules and structures, highly inflected languages like Russian, for instance, or segmentation-free languages like Chinese. Demlines is our translation platform. We coordinate the internationalization and localization process. So if you need anything about internationalization and localization, please reach us. And if you want to join us, you're welcome. So thanks for listening. I'd like to thank Anders, Rafael, also Victoria from the Polish team, and Denis from the Russian team who helped me ensuring that what I said is correct. So if you have any questions and suggestions, please ask.
Hi there. This was super interesting. I love how you deep down into the implementation, but also the details about how to translate actually. I wonder, do you see any gaps in documenting all these? Like, is this, I'm having a look, for instance, at the writing guide in the Human Interface Guidelines. And I love it because super concise, super helpful in some ways in how you should be concise and that how that helps with internationalization. But I think, for instance, about all these cultural nuances or the inclusive language, you need reference material for that, right? You don't just do inclusive language. You need to know the actual instances of it, right? Do you see any gaps there? And basically that's my question.
Our first objective before this presentation was to update the documentation, then to actually present what I'm presenting right now, and at the end say, hey, we have all the guidelines written at the end of the presentation. And actually we as you see, we didn't have time to do this, but this is our plan for the next 6 months. It's to actually take the documentation that is living on the old GNOME wiki to convert it to, well, because this documentation can now live in multiple places, like the handbook, the developer guidelines, and the UI guidelines. So we have to take them as a whole and try to dispatch the correct things at the correct places, because the public is different every time. So we have this task on stage, and this is our goal for the next 6 months. We have a blog post which is actually almost ready to explain just that, but we missed time to do it. But this is planned for the next month, and yes, we have this big challenge, and we have also changes on Demlines that you might like on the next 6 months. But I won't say more. But just have a look at the backlog and you'll see.
We are mostly out of time. Urgent questions? Guillaume, thank you.
Welcome.
We now have a short break.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to track 2 of the GUADEC. The last talk for this afternoon is about I don't know how to pronounce it, Cambalanche, by Juan. I've been told you can hear what I say to this microphone, which will come in handy when there are questions at the end. Having said that, there's one additional message that there is a link in the GUADEC attendees matrix room to submit questions for the AGM tomorrow. Now over to Juan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Juan Pablo Ugarte. I'm from Argentina, currently living in the US. I've been working or involved in GNOME since early 2000s. Most of my work first started contributing to Glade 3. And nowadays, for the past few years, I've been working on Cambalache, which is just the new version of Glade for GTK4. So, all right, so that's enough. We can start. So Cambalache. All right. So Cambalache, what's Cambalache? Cambalache is what you see is what you get tool. It's an IDE to create user interfaces for GTK3 and GTK4. And it has one simple goal: spare you from having to write XML by hand. I never liked XML. So that's why I work so hard making a tool so you don't have to write XML. And the intended audience is a developer that are already familiar with GTK. So if you are starting, I really advise for you to follow GTK tutorials, get to know the basics of the toolkit, write some XML by hand, some small examples so that you can understand how everything is put together. And once you have a basic understanding, Cambalache or Glade will make much more sense. Okay, so in this presentation, I'm going to do something a little bit different than what I've done in the past. In the past presentation, I just enumerate all the new features that I added in the past year. But this time, what I want to do is showcase, make a little application and showcase how everything gets together using Cambalache. So what kind of application should we do? My first idea was something like a video player or a small web browser, something that is visually rich and that we can see something nice in the screen. So I asked Mastodon, and most people decided that it was a good idea just to make a web browser. I also used the new feature in Cambalache where I can ask users for polls, and the results are similar. So that's what we're gonna do today. But the focus is not. This is not a tutorial for programming on how to make an application, but just how to use Cambalache from start to having something that works. Okay, so we're gonna do a very simple web browser. We're gonna use WebKit WebView widgets. By default, we're gonna load the Planet GNOME website. We're gonna add a home button and some navigation buttons to go back and forth. Okay, so let's start with a project from scratch. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is add a project name. We're gonna name it Planet GNOME. Gonna add an app ID. And we're gonna store it in project. It's gonna be a Python application. With template, we're gonna use the GNOME application template, which creates all the plumbing for you. It creates a small GTK application with all the resources that you need, and everything should work. So let's create the project. And as you can see here, we have the source code. Let's make this a little bit bigger. So we have the source code, and we see here we have a window and the UI XML for that window. And if we run this, we get a nice Hello World application. All right, so now that we have our project, let's move on and let's create a Cambalache project for this application. So the first thing we're gonna do is create a new project. Let's call it Planet GNOME. This is gonna be the name of the Cambalache project file, and we're gonna store it. Let's choose here the root directory of the source code of the project we just created, and we choose GTK4. Okay, so let's create the project. Now here by default, Cambalache creates a UI file with the same name where you can start adding your widget, but today we're gonna do something different. We're just gonna remove this, and we're gonna enable, so this is a blank project that only has GTK toolkit, so you can choose the settings of the project and enable the different libraries that you want to use in your project. So we're gonna use Adwaita, and now we have Adwaita widgets also present in the different choosers. So we could start creating files right away, or we can import the project that is already being created. So for that, I added, in the past few months, I added a new import directory feature where you just select the root of your project or where your Glade project file is, and then just click import, and it will scan all the files, and it will load everything that Cambalache supports. Being all the UI files. For example, here we have a shortcut window and the main window for the application, and we also have G resources that are used to include these UI files in the project. All right, so we added that. So let's remove this, and we're gonna add as the content of the main toolbar view. We can add a web view. All right, we need to enable WebKit first. Let's enable WebKit here, and let's add a web view. Okay, so this is a WebKit web view by default in the workspace in Cambalache. When you create a web view, it just load some HTML, so you can enter a URL just to test. For example, we can have some UI test. So you can run. You can see how everything works. So this is the web view. Let's put a name to it. Let's call it web view. Save the project, and that's it. We can move on. Okay, so the first step, what we're gonna do? First, we're gonna make, we're gonna load Planet GNOME by default. Add a home button and use a signal callback to connect to that home button so that we can go back to Planet. And also, then we're gonna show how to implement an action, do the same thing, but with an action. All right, so here we are back again in Cambalache with the project. Let's just add a button here. So one thing to mention here, for example, how we gonna add a button here. By default, Cambalache works with placeholders. This is when you create a window. This is the widget that looks like a grid. This is where you can double click and add any widget. For this to work, I need to write custom code in the workspace. A view needs to know where to add a placeholder so that you can add different childs. Most of the widget, and that's very time consuming. So there's very little support. Only like the basic widget have support for placeholder. That's something that in the future I plan to improve. Now that the core of the application is mostly done. So when you use a widget like Adwaita widget that had very little support for placeholders, what you can do is delete this window. What you can do is you can either use, in this case, properties and create widget directly in the properties, or, for example, now we select the header bar. We know we can add widgets to the header bar. So if you want to add a button, you can choose this, and when you select a class, if you press hold Alt while pressing here, it will add a button directly, or you can select, right click and add object here, and it will add the object that you had selected. It will be added in the selected object, and that's a way to add children when there's no good support in the workspace. So okay, we have our home button. Let's call it home, and icon name, let's use something that's already here using, let's go home symbolic. All right. So we said that we were gonna load, we're gonna do that by in code. We added the home button. Let's create a callback. So I'm gonna select the button, go to the signal tab, and here you get all the different signals for that object. Let's add one for on home, click, and save. All right, so we have our web view, it's called web view, and we have our button that's called home. So let's see if we can implement this. So let me maximize this, and we're gonna go here to the window class, and what we're gonna do is this is the label we removed. Now we have a web view, and we also have a home button. This is syntactic sugar from the excellent Python bindings that uses the template, and it just finds the reference of the object that's defined in your UI and assigns that to this class member automatically. So that's very convenient. Now let's define a function on home click, and what we want to do is self web view. Then we can access the web view, and we're gonna do a load URI planet gnome.org. That should work. And now, so we need to tell GTK that this is the callback we want to connect. We want to connect to this home on home click callback we define in the, and that's done by, we can use a decorator. So GTK comes with a decorator that's called gtk.template.callback, and you have to pass the name of the callback that you want to connect this function with. And that's it. If we run, this should work. If we add colon at the end of the definition there. Did we forget to save? On home, click. All right, we're having a problem here. And I don't understand why. It says that it's not finding that was declared but not present in the template. All right. Is here. Did I misspell something? No, it's not misspelled. If anyone sees the error, please chime in. Planet GNOME window, that's the right type name. All right, what could it be? Second. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is what happened to do. We have RX1. For some reason, there's a typo here. I don't understand where that typo comes from. But if we look here, it says planner GNOME instead of planet GNOME. So we changed that. I don't know how that happened. So now it should say planet GNOME. Oh yeah, this is a. Oh, so thank you. Yes, that's also a good point. So we have window here. Obviously, I already added a web view to the UI, and GTK doesn't know how to create that. So we need to import WebKit here. WebKit, and we're gonna need to import GI and do GI dot require version. We're gonna say that for WebKit we need version 6. And this is one thing that currently we load WebKit, but the web view type is not registered yet, so we can, and so GTK Builder will not have access to the type, but we can do, we can use GObject. We can do GObject type ensure, and we have to pass the G type of the class that we want to make sure that it's instantiated, that it's registered. So WebKit, web view, with capital here, G type. All right, so now we have planet GNOME window. There's a planet there, and so now maybe we are lucky. No. All right, WebKit is with capital K. K here, K here. All right, so the WebKit should be there. And if we press home button, yes, I meant web view. Web view. All right. Do not create if only GL displayed. There's something in web view that is not working here. Could it be something in the manifest, maybe we need to add device DRI, so that should work. All right, let's move on. And we can run the application later, or yeah. Let's put a printf here. Let's print. Let's go HTTPS. Print on click, and let's see if that's working. Yes, it's working, but there's something in WebKit that is not working, and by the end of the presentation, you'll know why. I'm testing too many things live at the same time. All right, so using templates. So, yeah, we are kind of short of time. Let's move on. So using template, let's gonna create a template from the header bar, add some more navigation buttons, and add a URL entry that we might left out because we won't have enough time. So let's open the project here, and let's create a template. So here we have the header bar. We're gonna create a new UI file. We're gonna call it header bar. So now we're gonna go back here, and we're gonna cut this here and paste it here. All right. There's a bug here. Let's just recreate the header bar. And AW header bar, we are gonna add here. And here, let's add the button again. Also home. And name, let's say that is win.home. And let's also add 2 more buttons. Here, and go next, symbolic, and let's call this back, or let's call this back, Call this forward. And so now we have a UI file that has as a top level a header bar. Let's call it planet GNOME header bar. And so if we see the definition of this file, we see that it has an object class and it's the header bar with the ID planet GNOME header bar. If we click here in template, that will tell Cambalache to use this as a template. So here is serialized as a template. And the thing that we can do now, once you click that template, you can go to the other UI. Let's gonna remove this, and here we're gonna select Planet GNOME header bar, and we're gonna add a new one here. And select the layout as top. So that will put the header bar in the top of the toolbar view. All right, so now if we look at the definition of here, we'll see that we have the template GNOME window, and here in the child top, it's just using the class that we just defined as a template. Let's save here, and let's go back to the project. And so now here we need to add a new file, headerbar.python. We're gonna copy the source code from Windows and Planet GNOME headerbar here. As a home, back and forward, pass on click. All right, let's, and header bar here. We don't need the WebKit. We are not using WebKit here. Another thing that I miss is the resource file. We need to add a new file here. So let's pick the header bar that we just created. And sure, why not? Let's strip XML blanks too. So now we have the header bar, the UI. It's already in the resources file, so that should be compiled and be available as this resource path. We added the header bar. We probably need to add this to the Meson file here. Header bar. nothing in it. Okay, let's see what error we get here. All right, yes, we need to clean up window. We don't have this home anymore. The bar. All right. All right, so we need to import from all right, okay. AW at white header bar is a final type, so it cannot be derived. It's what happened for me not trying everything from scratch. Okay, so header bar cannot, so let's make it derived from GTK box. And not do it. Let's go back here. So header bar, gonna remove the header bar from here so we can modify the template. This is not gonna be a template anymore. I'm gonna add a box as a parent. So it's gonna be the header bar. The box is gonna be the new template. Select template here. Toolbar view. Add the new header bar right here. Yes.
Juan, time is almost running out. Time is almost running out.
Everything, and yeah, this is how you use template in Cambalache. You create your UI, you set template, and once you set an use it in other places, in other UI files to create your UI. So let's move on. And yes, that was the end of the presentation. The application didn't work because of EGL problem with WebKit, and now you'll see, I don't know if you have any questions, and then I'll show something else that will make sense why it wasn't working.
Okay, can you hear this? Does this work?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, any question? Or not?
Hi. how is Cambalache different from Libadwaita?
Okay, so Libadwaita is a library. It's a collection of different toolkits, different widgets made with GTK. So you have like different views, split views, dialogues, different components. And Cambalache is an application to use GTK and Libadwaita objects to create a UI file. So if we go back here, what you see here in the center, that's what I call the workspace. That's a live preview of the UI that you are creating, and it will be the same if instead of you will have to write all this to create something like this. So here you can, let's create a new one, for example, new UI. You can add, you create your window. That's what you did. And you will have to write this XML object window. Then inside your window, you can put it like a box. Inside the box, you can put a label. A label is widget defined in GTK. Then you have a Adwaita shortcut label that has an accelerator and some other properties that you can set here. And basically, it's a way to create the UI definition that will be then loaded by your application to construct the UI.
All right, thank you. There are no more questions in the room. Maybe you can keep an eye on the GUADEC Track 2 Matrix channel if there are any questions there. Thank you for the presentation.
So I have one more thing to show that 1 minute. So what could, nothing can possibly go wrong, right? With a live demo. So what I've been showing so far, what you are seeing in the share screen, it's a GTK4 application that I created using Cambalache to present the slides themselves. So here, this is in this project, you can see this is the talk that I'm giving, the project. And what I did is basically I have a slides. I have a GTK stack called slides, and inside it I have all the pages that were part of this application. So, for example, in this here, what you see in the background, it's a class, it's a widget I made last year to show Shader shaders, pixel shaders. And as you can see here, I created different shade editor and shaders, and I basically mimic the API from Shader Toy, so I could run my shader inside the slides. And what I did basically, I created a small script that loads the UI file, finds the stack called slides, put it inside the window, add some shortcuts to go back and forward, and all for this year I added small webcam view using GStreamer so that I can share my camera together with the slides. And that's why WebKit wasn't working, because WebKit was running inside a compositor inside the application, and there's some bug somewhere there that the hardware acceleration is not working.
That is so.
As usual, help wanted. Please join on. If you have any questions, join us in Matrix. Here is the GitLab page for Cambalache. And thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's really cool. Amazing. Thank you.